Alright, we're going to push back on November 9er. We're going to push back color blue. Push here, and then, yeah. So we'll actually set that up real quick. So we have that. Alright, departure DALOL, 1 Delta departure, doing runway heading 254 to HH421, at least 230 knots. We should be at that. 422, 423 at 230. Zanpu, at or below 9. HH44. Suppod at or above 15,000. 14.2. We should be able to make that restriction. 477 at or above 160. Alright, DACEM DALOL. Then we're doing this one here. New map, SIM key, or MEB key. Conga, ENVAR. Date and extra rennet. Tonga Torox and lot. Polox, Sinas, Kudos, Lekos, Morsu. Vide or MOLKA Mamad Mumba. Melon, Invam Mampa Madai. Mad Dog Magut, Guru. Exer MUKEP. Upsucks, Ostad, Airbus, OVSUN, IGMIS, Maslow, Tacit, Lacos, LIGNI, POROT, AVBET, EMRON. Then we're doing 4460. 47, 70, 48, 80. Alright, and then 47, 70. Here it is. $45.60. 43.50. 41.40. 39.30 DACEM. Paint. And the arrival into San Francisco. We don't need to brief it, but we'll brief it anyway. Paint super at 280 out of 290. Oh, we don't even have it in there. It's the paint PIRAT 3. PIRAT 3 arrival. Via paint. There it is. Super passive PIRAT. So paint. Super passive. Super 280 out of 210. Passive or below 14,260 knots. PIRAT at 10,000 Brenny. Alright, Brenny, and then ARG at 8,230 knots. I'll have to change that up. And then from there, it's a track of 060. And we don't even need to brief the departure or the approach, because it's far away. We're way before that. So our numbers are 160, 160, 161, 163. Ups to temp 28C. Oh, alright. .160, there it is. Land Toga. Alright, everything's briefed up. I'll be pilot flying today. Aircraft is in good shape, no MELs. Weather's pretty good here so far. A few scattered clouds. Good enough to get back in on the visual if we need to. We'll just take the ILS 7 left if we need to, or the ILS 25 right if we need to come back in. Predicted taxi route today is going to be runway 25 center. We're going to push back out color blue here, taxi out via Bravo 9er, left turn on to Bravo, and a right turn on to Alpha 12 here. Hold short of 25 center, nice long drive runway available for takeoff. 13,862 feet available for takeoff, flaps 2. On departure, if we have any abnormalities prior to V1, we're going to reject for engine failure, engine fire, fire warning. Predictive wind shear, if the airplane's just not going to fly, we'll reject. V1 and above, we're committed to flight. I'll fly the airplane, we'll take it airborne, treat it as an in-flight emergency. I'll enter the aircraft, suppose ATC, back for the checklist. Single engine out, just take 254, take it out over the water. We're doing the DALOL 1 Delta departure off of 25 center, initial altitude 5,000. Straight out off runway 25 center. Just do managed speed. Let's get the AP rolling. Let's rock and roll. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight aboard Cathay Flight 870, service to San Francisco, flight time 11 hours, 58 minutes, takeoff to touchdown. Quite a bit of weather expected along our route of flight today, so expect the seatbelt sign to be on and off periodically throughout the flight. Just keep an eye on that. San Francisco weather showing at estimated time of arrival is showing roughly a few clouds, temperature of 17 degrees Celsius. Of course, that is subject to change. Currently waiting on our final paperwork up here, and we'll be on our way. Do appreciate you flying with us here at Cathay Pacific. Welcome aboard.
Aircraft, this will be a 3-person wireless headset push. Copy, ease off, door lights out, bypass in, park brake set, walk around the key, indoors, neck, panel, secure,
Alright guys, clear to pushback. Brakes are released. Pushback color blue, please.
Copy, park brake release, clear start both.
Alright, 2 then 1. We'll hold off until we get situated on Bravo 9. Park brake set. Here comes number 2. Here comes one. Got 2 great starts, we'll see. Flight control check. There he is. Hong Kong traffic, Cathay 870, taxiing runway 25 center, Hong Kong. Clear right, clear left. Cabin crew seats for departure. Auto's clear. Hong Kong traffic, Cathay 870 departing 25 center, Hong Kong. CPA870 center verify. Toga. Eighty knots. B1, rotate. Pause right, there you go. Feet. AP1. Flaps 1. Flaps up. Another 1,000. Hey David, what's up, man? Climbing out of Hong Kong right now. Hong Kong. Seven one. Hong Kong Radar Cathay 870 is 7,800 climbing via the DALOL 1 Delta departure.
Cathay 870 Hong Kong Radar gauge the afternoon and score 3552.
squawk 3552, Cathay 870.
Cathay 870, identified, climb English Victory, phone number 330, reach by ENVAR.
Climb flight level 330 and say again last part, Cathay 870.
Cathay 870, reach phone number 330 by waypoint ENVAR, and reach phone number 330 by ENVAR.
Okay, reach flight level 330 by waypoint ENVAR, Cathay 870. Let's stay at 97. We just busted our restriction. Oops. That's okay, we're passing it right now anyway. There we go. Level 330. I had my last stream up, but because I had saved the stream that I did before on Southwest, that ate up all of the memory, basically. So I ended up deleting the stream. The stream lasted though, almost the entire time. But there was some memory issues. 10,000 feet. Yeah, so what I ended up doing was deleting the video. I don't know why I had it on my computer, but I ended up deleting that one. So that way there was more space. So now there's more space though. There's plenty right here. There it is, 36 gigs free. It was like almost what, like 10 gigs that were free before. Alright, so the goal is we need to be at SUPAD at or above 15,000. Also the transition altitudes are a lot lower here, so let's switch it over. Standard. Standard set. Perfect. The YouTube stream was a mess, man. I had memory issues and I couldn't even, the scenery was all jacked up, so I had to basically start again, which sucked, but it is what it is. Now I know what the issue is, so this one should be smooth all the way across with no problems. Yeah, because I ended up turning it into 2 different streams. Because I had to go mist in Hong Kong, and then I ended up rebooting the sim, and then starting back during the mist. Then there was a whole different stream just for the landing because of that. So, barely, didn't even make the restriction, but we were a couple hundred feet short. That's right. Now we got to cross 477 at or above flight level 160. This thing's barely climbing. We're heavy today, so. Very heavy. 05360 or 37 Zulu. That was the departure time. About 12 hours is what we're looking at. 11 hours and 58 minutes to take off to touchdowns. And we can only go up to 330 because we have optimum 336, so that's what we're going to be doing. Once this says at least 345 or 350, then we'll go up to 35. But been a while since I've done the Airbus, so. Yeah, where's ENVAR at? We will be at 330 by ENVAR, so looks good to me.
Cathay I-06, monitor to advisory 122.9 Cathay. Roger, monitor advisory 122.9, bye-bye Cathay 06. Okay. MOLKA Radar, good afternoon, Cathay 517, overheading Lotto, flight level 400. Cathay 517, Hunter Radar, good afternoon, squawk 5041. Cathay 517, confirm squawk for Charlie. Squawk 5241, Cathay 517. Cathay 517, thank you. Identify Cathay 517, flying heading 470, and weather vectors for Charlie Hotel, maintain flight level 400. Flight heading 270, maintain flight level 400, Cathay 517. Cathay 517, vectors for Charlie Hotel, and you can expect the IGMIS approach, landing Romeo 13, via Charlie Hotel transition, calling back for the port navigation. Cathay 517, we can track direct to Charlie Hotel. Cathay 517 approved and cleared direct to Charlie Hotel. Then from Charlie Hotel, expect the IGS approach runway 13, and for now, cleared direct to Charlie Hotel. Clear direct Charlie Hotel, and we'll go Cathay 517. Organization 322, you check. Malaysia 322, Hungary, thank you. That's an region from the Polish. Cathay 517, descent flight level 340. Descent flight level 340, Cathay 517. CPA870, clear direct ENVAR.
Direct ENVAR, Cathay 870. Direct ENVAR, looks good, insert. Appreciate the shortcuts.
Malaysia 344, Hungary. Hungary Malaysia 322, can you give me a 1 minute, please? Yeah, just a piece of advice on your flight plan and on your final cruiser level. The flight number 340 is not inflatable. Are you able to take flight number 340 or 350? Contact 03, Malaysia 322. Malaysia 322, Roger, expect final level, final level 350, and call me when ready for cabins. Roger. Cathay 517, DACEM, final level 300. Flight level 300, Cathay 517. Malaysia 322, number 7, clear to Kuala Lumpur International Information number. Malaysia 322, departure information November is now valid, and you're clear to destination Kuala Lumpur via Frontier Ridge. Climb via Pecan 1 Delta departure to 5,000 feet. Squawk 53 tall tree. Roger, clear to Kuala Lumpur International Pecan 1 Delta departure. Climb Charlie 5,000 feet. Squawk 5323. Malaysia 322. Malaysia 322, wayback is correct report when ready. Cathay 870, monitoring advisory 122 decimal 8, Cathay.
122 decimal 8, Cathay 870, good day. 22.8, we're at cruise, looks good. Alright, I think we have the performance for it. We're at optimum is 342, so 350. And let's do it. New cruise altitude level 350. That way we can stay clear of the guy in front of us. And we will have sufficient separation. This is what we've done so far. Didn't have to worry about the storms too much. Come out to the southeast of Japan here, just at the south of Tokyo. We'll then break off over the water, the oceanic. I'm not sure if we're on a track or not, but that's where we're flying over the coast or over the water. Coast out, coast in over here into San Francisco. Should be pretty quick. We really won't see much land at all until we're descending through 20,000 feet. Come in for 28 right, and I think we're parking over here somewhere. We'll check the gate assignments tomorrow morning once we get a little closer. So. Yeah, I got some weather over Japan, over Hiroshima, that we will probably go right over, but yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Performance is good. Everything's looking pretty good, so still climbing. Very, very slowly, but we'll eventually get up to 350. We're at 34 now for 35. Yeah, so I'm looking at the route right now. We're not using a track. Yeah, let me get rid of the weather here. Here it is. We're not on a track today, so we're using our own waypoint or our own coordinates to get across. So 44 degrees north and 160 degrees east, 47 degrees north, 170 degrees east, and then eventually we hit the date line right here, and now we switch over to the western hemisphere. So now it changes from the date, right? So we're going back in time, essentially, by going across this line to the east, and then we go forward in time by when we're going west, but going back in time, and then back into NorCal. Yeah, like, so we took off at like 1:30 p.m. Hong Kong time, and we're going to be landing around, I don't know, let me check. It's going to be in the morning the same day, so took off around 1:30, we're going to be landing around 10:45 a.m. The same day. So we took off on the 9th, and we're going to be landing on the 9th. That was always pretty cool whenever I actually do this in real life. as a passenger, whenever I would go back to Asia, it was nice. Well, it wasn't nice because I was going forward in time, but it was nice when I was coming back to the Western Hemisphere, because then you sort of get your day back, essentially. Because like again, we took off at 1:30 p.m. on the 9th, and we're going to be landing at 10:45 a.m. on the 9th. So we're getting a few hours back, which was always very, very nice. Coming up on 350 now. That traffic ahead is no factor. We're at 2,000 feet separation. And that 777 ahead of us is going to Japan. I think they're going to, let's see, Chubu? I'm not sure how to say that, to be honest. But it's just, they're going to just south of Nagoya. Then of course we are going to San Francisco. There's another Cathay that took off about 20 minutes in front of us, 25 minutes in front of us, and they are going to Chicago, O'Hare. Also an A350. He's an A350 1000, we are an A350 900. So now that traffic's not really much of a factor, I'm just going to extend out the range just to see more of the waypoints. I have it in weather radar, so we can see any weather that could potentially conflict with our altitude and route of flight, depending on the tilt. Yeah, this stream should be a lot better because I had a very long video that I had saved on my computer like yesterday, and that video was taking up so much space that the flight ran out of memory on X-Plane, and that's very unusual for me. I don't think I've ever had that happen on X-Plane. So now that I've fixed that issue and deleted that video completely because I don't need it, frankly. So now that it's been deleted, we have the space and should be back to normal. Should be a smooth stream. I used to stream on Twitch all the time, and I would stream these long hauls. I'd stream all the Southwest flights that I would do, but the long hauls, you know, JFK to Hong Kong, those are long flights and long flights to stream. So I was able to do it on Twitch on numerous occasions. I can do it on YouTube. So, lesson learned with not trying to record your streams, because why would anyone try to record a 16-hour stream if it's just going to be able to be uploaded on YouTube anyway? So. Yeah, I think we actually have our release on here, so I'm pretty much only familiar with the Southwest Airlines releases. So I use it in the same format, same information. I had to make sure everything was converted over to kilograms, because everything on this airplane is kilos. But we have a couple different ETPs in regards to the ETOPS type of flying. So ETOPS stands for Extended Operations, and there's a certain authorization and that these airplanes need to go through in order to be ETOPS certified. Most common ETOPS certification is the 180 minute ETOPS certification. That's what the 73s have. I'm not sure what the A350 has. It might also be 180. So that's what I ended up putting here. So max diversion, meaning that if we were to have an engine failure, we can fly on one engine for 180 minutes to get to a diversion airport at any point on this flight. We're crossing over the Pacific. There's not a whole lot of options of airports that we can land at. But the route has to take into consideration that we have to always be within 180 minutes of a diversion airport, a suitable diversion airport at all times. Nothing that has like a short runway, right? It has to be suitable, it has to be able to handle the airplane. So here we have an airport in Russia, and then we have an airport in Alaska, and that's our first ETP, standing for equal time point. So if we had an issue, if we're out over the water and we had an issue before we reached these coordinates, or before we reach 6 hours and 48 minutes, right? Takeoff, after we take off 6 hours and 48 minutes, we will be roughly at these coordinates. And we're going to be at the position where it's going to take the same amount of time to get to this airport and the same amount of time to get to this airport. So if there's any issues that happen before this point, we're going to go to Russia. If there's any issues after this point, we're going to go to Alaska. And these are suitable diversion airports. They give us the fuel information and how long it's going to take. Again, it's the 180 minutes, right, that we showed. 180 minute ETOP certification. It's going to take us 171 minutes to get to these airports. So that's within the 880 minutes ETOP certification. And this fuel takes into account us being at an altitude of 10,000 feet. And because this flight is so long and we're going over vast ocean, one ETP is not enough. We need 2 ETPs in this scenario. On the flights that go from the US to Hawaii, they only have 1 ETP because it's not a relatively long flight compared to these ultra long hauls from Asia. Those flights are only roughly 5-6 hours. These flights are 12 hours, between 12 and 15 depending on if you're going or coming from the US. So this ETOPS critical fuel scenario at equal time point number 2 gives us the coordinates of where that ETP is located, and then how long into the flight are we going to get to this ETP. So 9 hours and 22 minutes, and we need to have at least this much gas. If we don't, okay, there's going to be some extra considerations. So with those extra considerations going into play, if we're burning more gas than we should, okay, we might want to consider diverting to another airport to get more fuel. Because, maybe flight planning purposes, the dispatchers, they dispatched these flights hours and hours ago, right? The winds, they change. If there's one thing we know about weather, is that it changes consistently and it changes constantly. So winds, those could change, right? And because of the winds, we could end up burning more fuel or burning less fuel, depending, right? So that's all something to take into consideration when you're looking at your ETP. So same airport right here for ETP number 1. So we're using this, and then we're using an airport, Redding in California. And I didn't even know that we can even land there with a 350, but alright, I'll take their word for it. But this goes beyond the 180 minutes, so this is 3 hours and 12 minutes. But that's just saying 9 hours and 22 minutes into the flight, we are now 3 hours and 12 minutes away from going to this airport, and also 3 hours and 12 minutes from going to this airport. Then, if we had an issue beforehand, we would be going here. If we had an issue after this point, we would be going here. I mean, instead of going to Redding, I'd probably end up just going to San Francisco because of how close they are anyway. But you never know if it was like a dire emergency. Our step up altitudes. We were at 330. Now we're at 350. We came up a little early just for that traffic in front of us, and we're going to wait till we're at roughly these coordinates. According to the dispatch release, will be light enough to where we burned enough fuel to where we have the performance to climb to flight level 370, and thus at these coordinates, the dispatch release and the nav log has determines that we have the performance capability to climb to 390. Alright, so this is all the fuel. That's the fuel we took off with. That's the fuel we left the gate with. Can't take off with less than this. And that's your minimum takeoff. That's minimum of 14 hours and 36 minutes worth of fuel. So if we took off with less than that, then we'd probably have to go back to the gate and get more fuel. This one's a little more critical because our takeoff weight today was 268 kilos, which happens to also be our max takeoff weight as well. So we took off at the absolute maximum amount of weight that we possibly could, and still be within the envelope of the airplane. Then we have something that's called ATOG, which is aircraft takeoff gross, which is 268,000 pounds. And on shorter flights, it doesn't really matter as much, but all that means is that's the most amount of weight you can take off with and arrive at your destination and be at or below your maximum takeoff or your maximum landing weight, which in this case is not really a factor because it's a long flight. We're going to be burning a lot of fuel. Maximum landing weight 207,000 kilos. We're going to be landing with roughly 182,200 kilos. So we're good on that. We'll be landing underweight. These are things to take into consideration if we had to divert, right? Because more than likely, if we had to divert at any point while we're over the Pacific, we're probably going to end up landing over this number. So all things to consider, right? There's some checklists that you have to go through about if you're going to be landing overweight. Not really familiar with the Airbus, more familiar with the 737. So, but what else can we look at here? Here's your nav log. So these are all things that we'd be looking at too, like when you're going out over the Pacific like this. We're not over the Pacific. Well, we are over the Pacific, but we're not at the point where we're sort of just dropped off on our own. When we are sort of dropped off on our own, then at each point across the water, we will have to verify our fuel and the time as well. Let me see if I can find one. So we're basically going to start somewhere down here, maybe EMRON or AVBET, somewhere around here, but definitely the coordinates. We have to get our position and everything. So what we would notate down here is what the winds were. It's good to know, right? And like, for example, if we cross 44 degrees north and 160 degrees east, it's saying on the dispatch release that we're supposed to have at least 58,200 kilos. So if we're at anything less than that, that's something to be potentially concerned about, right? Because that means we're burning more gas than what we planned. That's not good. And also time, right? So 6 hours and 41 minutes into the flight is when we're going to be crossing this point. And 0.84, we're going 0.85 right now, so we're actually going a little faster, so we're probably going to be burning a little more. Not really looking for complete realism here, but just kind of going through what pilots are checking for on these actual flights. So you'll also write down your estimated time of arrival, right? It says it right here, ETA. So estimated time of arrival and your actual time of arrival. So we have position reports on here, right? So we just crossed over. We're going to Mellon intersection, and we know that because we can see it right here. There's Mellon right there. We're 42 nautical miles from Mellon. We're going to be there pretty quickly here. So we're going to be there in about 4 minutes because here's the time right here. Here's Universal Standard Time at 7:28 Zulu time. We're going to cross it at 7:32 Zulu time. So in about 4 minutes we'll be there. So that's Mellon right here. This one is Mumba. So this is the last fix we crossed, and it tells us this tells us that we crossed that fix at 7:09 Zulu time at 33,800 feet. And we're going to Mellon, and we're anticipating to cross Mellon at 7:32 Zulu at flight level, we'll call it 350 because that's where we're at. And then the next fix after that, the preceding fix right here, and that comes into play when you're talking about position reporting. On these airliners, they're very sophisticated. Everything is done on basically the FMC through CPDLC. Everything is done on the computer automatically. So very rarely do you actually have to communicate with the whoever's doing the position reporting, whether it be San Francisco radio or whatnot. There's a little bit more clearer of a picture on here when I come to position and then report. Same information, right? We crossed Mumba at 7:09. We're going to cross Mellon at 7:32, and INVAM's next. So that's when it comes to position reporting. That's how we do it. Is for example, it's a San Francisco radio or whoever it is over here. I think it's not Tokyo. I forget who it is, but whoever the controlling agency is. So I'd say we crossed Cathay 870, crossed Mumba at 0709 Zulu, flight level 338. Estimating Mellon intersection at 0732 Zulu. If INVAM is next, over. That would be your position report. You can also include the Mach number too. But you would be assigned a Mach number for the crossing because all the airliners that are going across the Pacific, there needs to be some organization, right? Everybody needs to be sort of on the same page. So if everyone's flying different Mach numbers, you might catch up to other airplanes, or maybe another airplane's going to catch up to you. So pretty important to maintain that Mach number. There's also some contingencies as well for like weather, where you can actually deviate off your course. I'm not going to get into that, but pretty cool how everything is done with crossing the vast ocean of nothing. Let's see if we can find it on here. So let's see. There's some IFR. Yeah, I can't see it on here, but I can see it on my ForeFlight that I have here. It'll tell me it is, I think it might actually be, Fukuoka. That's who it is, Fukuoka. So they do all this stuff here, and then you get to the point where it becomes Oakland Oceanic. Yeah, so those are the ones that do the position report stuff. But it's non-radar environment over the water. Meaning position reports become necessary because they can't see where you're at unless you tell them. or report it to them via the CPDLC. Yeah, the release also gives you a weather packet as well. I don't really use the one in the release, but we can look at it real quick just to show what it looks like. Oh, it also has all these NOTAMs. These stands for Notices to Airmen. It's had a couple name changes: Notices to Air Missions, Notices to Airmen. Originally it was Notices to Airmen, it went to Notices to Air Missions, and then now it's back to Notices to Airmen. But key thing is it stands for, people call them NOTAMs, and they're just things that we need to know. Could be things like taxiway closures, right? NOTAMs at the airport, runway closures, towers that maybe have a broken light bulb on top of it, TFRs, temporary flight restrictions, meaning, you know, there might be firefighting activity going on, there might be a fire somewhere, so the controlling agency or whoever had issued a TFR in that area to prevent airplanes from flying through there while they do their work. Same thing with high-profile political figures, like the president, for example. There could be a TFR whenever the president is coming into town. Let's see. A variety of things. So it gave this ATIS information. So this is what SFO is doing at the time of this dispatch release generation. So this is the METAR. Here's the ATIS, that's airport information. Here's a TAF, Terminal Aerodrome Forecast, is what that stands for. This is what we're expecting the weather to be at these specific Zulu times. And this is all information by meteorologists. Hong Kong also has a METAR. So this one, this is Hong Kong, that's the airport ICAO. This is the ICAO airport code. This was issued on the 9th at 0309 Zulu. Winds are 340 at 21 knots, meaning it's out of the north-northwest at 21 knots. Then visibility is greater than 6 kilometers. SHRA just means rain showers. This right here means light rain showers. VC means vicinity. TS means thunderstorms, so there's thunderstorms in the vicinity. Few clouds at 600 feet. Few clouds at 1,000 feet. This CB means cumulonimbus cloud. Scattered clouds at 2,500. Temperature is 24 degrees Celsius. Dew point is 23 degrees Celsius. And your QNH in hectopascals is 1010. Temporarily, the winds are going to be this: 330 out of the northwest at 25 knots, gusting 35 knots. Lower visibility is what this is indicating in meters. And then rain thunderstorms. Notice how it doesn't have the plus sign in front of it. This just means moderate. So right there in the middle between the plus sign and the minus sign. And then this means heavy rain showers, few clouds at 800 feet, cumulonimbus, and then scattered clouds at 1,500. This can also play a big role too. Temperature and your dew point. We know the definition of your dew point is the temperature at which the air can no longer hold the moisture, meaning that if the temperature were to reduce to 23 degrees, that's the point where the condensation or the water vapor is going to condense out in the form of like a cloud or fog, light rain, things like that. So that's your indication right there that weather is going to be coming through. We know that because this right here, it's already going to be raining. So, but if it wasn't raining, you can anticipate that something's about to happen when these two are within 2 or 3 degrees of each other, and and closing in. Here's the terminal aerodrome forecast, your TAF for Hong Kong. Here's our alternate airport, Sacramento. Gives us the METAR and the DATIS for the airport. Runway in use. ATIS will usually include things like taxiway closures, runway closures. It says metering in effect for SFO, Vegas, LA, Seattle, San Diego, Vegas, and Phoenix, right? Meaning that there's probably a lot of traffic going into there, and they need to issue edict times or get release times for everybody going there. Could be other reasons too, but that's usually the most common ones. Traffic flow. Sacramento. This is the Sacramento TAF. ETOPS weather for this. So remember, we go back to that ETP. That first diversion airport on the ETP was this airport, right? In Russia. Was it Yelizovo? It gives us the weather there, right? That's good information to know. And they do things a little differently over there. Instead of knots, they do meters per second. And I can't remember what the conversion is. I think you just double it. That's roughly what it is in knots. So that'd be 10 knots, plus or minus a couple knots probably. They get you pretty close though. Here's the TAF for that airport, ETOPS, for King Solomon in Alaska. Little dollar sign there, meaning it needs maintenance, or the weather reporting is not working, or it needs to be looked at. It just means that this might not be 100%, right? This might not be accurate. So yeah, all the weather stuff there, right? RAFs, field conditions. Then we get into more the D-NOTAMs, right, for the airports. So it means, okay, Mike 1 between the approach end of 1 left and Bravo closed. All these closures, right? Most pilots, probably, if not all, don't read all of this, because if we read every single NOTAM that existed on that was generated on here, we would never fly, because there's just too many. Yeah, there's just too many. The FAA and they're working on a program to help reduce the amount of NOTAM pages, basically, with NOTAMs from about 100 pages to hopefully around 30. So, but all the NOTAMs here. But next it gets to like crane information, right? Crane 334. There's a crane 3,420 feet from the departure end of the runway, off of 19 left. 606 feet left of centerline. Do I need to know this stuff? Not really. If anything is going to be really critical, it's going to usually be in the ATIS. So I'm not going to look at this stuff, to be honest. But it tells you the amount of information that is provided to the pilots. PIRATs, pilot reports. That's really useful information right here. If there's stuff going on ahead of us, for example, there could be a plane, 300 or 400 miles in front of us. I want to know what kind of conditions what's the conditions of the flight from that pilot, because that's going to be useful to us if just for information on if it's going to be bumpy or whatnot. Should I turn the seatbelt sign off? Should I keep it on? Should I let the flight attendants know to start their service? Should I tell them to hold off on the service? That's all good things to stay ahead of, right? That's where pilots reporting the weather conditions come into play. SIGMITS, that's all the bad stuff that's not really associated with thunderstorms. Some of the weird ones that are involved are within that is like tornadoes or hurricanes. But that's all the severe weather that's not really associated with thunderstorms. Then you have your convective SIGMITS, which is all the bad stuff, the same stuff, but just elevated to be more associated with thunderstorm activity or convective activity. Software to look at the waypoints, like on here. This one I'm using Navigraph charts. Here's all your waypoints. But what I did was this route that I'm flying, I just took it directly from FlightAware. And I just put in the flight number and got the route. But I'm using Navigraph charts. And the only reason I knew what route we were going to fly is because of what was on FlightAware. And to generate a dispatch release right here, I use SimBrief. I use SimBrief, and I generate the dispatch release on there. I like SimBrief, honestly. I think everybody should use it, to be honest. But it gives you everything you need to know. I don't know, actually, if there's a free alternative to Navigraph charts. Maybe maybe SkyVector could be one. I haven't used SkyVector in a very long time, but you could even look at that and see if there's anything on there. It's not really for flight simming, but that could be. I know you can put waypoints in on there, but that's about all it can do. Yeah, I don't really know about a free alternative. I'm sure they exist. They have to. I mean, SkyVector is a version of one that exists, so. But yeah, you can put in your flight plans on there. What else do we have on here? Oh, balloon activity. Hot air balloons. Yeah. Stuff where there could be some balloon activity. That might be good to know. Some of the NOTAMs on here are like North Korean missile launches and stuff. It's kind of crazy. Or Elon Musk, right? SpaceX launches. There could be NOTAMs on that too as well. Maybe not in this part of the world, but once you get back into the U.S., that could be a little more prevalent. What else we got on here? Winter. Yeah, so you can see most of this is a bunch of garbage. But now getting to the route here, so so this is the route that I had generated from FlightAware, and this is where those ETPs come in. So equal time point right here, ETP1, ETP2. And again, ETP just means it's the same. It's going to take the same amount of time to go to this airport as it will going back to this airport. So diversion, right? Same thing with over here with the ETP. Same amount of time to get to this airport in Alaska. It's going to take the same amount of time to get to Redding, California. Here's some of your wind information, your jet stream. Looks like there's some cumulonimbus stuff going on. So these little barbs here, let's see, 50. I think the little triangles mean 50 knots, so 50. So 100. So man, these are kind of. These winds are strong right here, looks like. So 150 knots, does that seem right? I don't know. That's what it looks like to me on here. But yeah, these little triangles mean 50 knots, and then the smaller barbs here is 50. I think those are 100 knots. So 50, 60, 70, 80, and then the smaller half bar there is 5. So 50, 60, 70, 80, 85 knots. That's how you'd read those. Yeah, I guess there's a little legend here on the bottom. This is what this looks like here. And yeah, here's a little bit more clearer picture of what the winds are doing if you're just reading based off of the barbs. of these are differing based on your altitude. So this is 30,000 feet, flight level 300. This is your winds at flight level 340, and these are your winds at flight level 390. And then more wind information based on the average. So yeah, but there's a lot of stuff that gets included on these briefings. Honestly, you can get blown away and overwhelmed pretty quickly by looking at that stuff. But as a flight simmer, do you need to know this stuff? Not really. But just to give a general idea of how to kind of read through it. Coming up to the southwest of Japan here, Kagoshima. So I remember there's a hurricane, or not a hurricane, sorry, a volcano over this way somewhere. Looks pretty cool. I remember when I took Cathay, not the last, one of the times I took Cathay from San Francisco or LA, I'm not sure. In real life, I had a really good view of that volcano. It was really cool. Such a pretty volcano. So we're at 350. Eventually we'll want to climb up to 370. But we go to progress here. Optimum altitude here is 345. And that just means that we climbed up to 350 probably a little early, but I only did that because of the traffic that was in front of us. You might be able to see it on here actually, the traffic. Or maybe not, because he was going into Japan. He probably broke off the airway. But there was a guy that was about 20 miles in front of us and at the same altitude, so I made a judgment call to climb above him, and that way we weren't going to be in conflict of each other. Let's see more weather. So it looks like we're above all this. Oh, actually, you know what? I think I see him. He's in front of us still. He's right there. I see his contrail. There he is. He just made a right turn, so that's the same guy. And now let's actually bring this down. There he is. So you can see that he is roughly, let's see, this is the 10 ring, this is the 15, so he's about 14 nautical miles in front of us at 2,000 feet lower than us, so he's at flight level 330. I was originally at 330, so that's why I decided to climb to 350 was for this guy. And we're both going the same exact speed. So I could slow down too, but I just decided, let's just, I want to make sure we have separation anyway, so, and I had to climb up to 350 eventually, so made the decision to climb up early. That's alright. Let's see, look at all this weather over here, huh? Yeah. Green stuff is okay, but anything more than that, it's starting to get into the yellow, the red, and the pink. Ooh, that could be pretty rough. So. Yeah, in this scenario, I'd probably turn the seatbelt sign back on. Let's wait till we get kind of away from all that weather. Get on the other side. Once you get to the east of Tokyo, that's when all that weather's pretty much clear. And in that scenario, it'd probably be a better time to turn the seatbelt sign on. But that would mean keeping the seatbelt sign on for the next hour, and that's okay because safety first, right? You want to make sure that that is taken into consideration. The weather, letting the flight attendants know too as well, hey, it's going to be a little bit bumpy for the next hour, so if you guys want to keep, go ahead and stay in your seats with your seatbelts fastened, and we'll let you guys know when it's a good time to get up to start lunch service, or whatever it is, right? That's where those PIRATs come into play too, right? those pilots in front of us, a couple hours in front of us, they reported something, that's good information to know. If they were reporting, oh, it's perfectly calm, you know, smooth turbulence, okay, alright. That's good information to me because that means you can let the flight attendants know that they can start their service, probably, right? I mean, does it mean it's going to be smooth for you? It probably will, but things change, right? Weather changes, so. Get the position reports back up. Yeah, so this tells us we are going to be landing in San Francisco at 17:31 UTC time. That just means Universal Standard Time. That's what that means. And that's our distance away from San Francisco, 5,116 nautical miles away, estimating 25,800 kilos of fuel on arrival into San Francisco. So, yeah, what are these guys saying on here, huh? I can't read what they're saying. Who knows? I don't. It doesn't really matter. But I was like thinking maybe it's a bug on my end or something. Yeah, so I can actually, let's see, toggle VATSIM network traffic, or here, turn that on, traffic, ATC for VATSIM. So now we can see the traffic, and if ATC is online as well. So if we turn those on, how do we turn it on? There's our guy in front of us right there. He is going to there's an airport just south of Nagoya. That's where he's going. He's a 777. And he's at 34,100. So he looks like he's... no, we're good. We're fine on altitude. I don't like having it on because it makes it choppy, so I'm not going to turn that on. We don't need that anyways, so. There we go. Thanks. Yeah, I can hear the rain on the windshield. That's actually a bug that the Flight Factor A350 has. And they, I guess, were never able to get it fixed. Which sucks. But sometimes you just gotta take those L's. It's a good airplane otherwise, though. I like it. Minus the little kinks it has.
Traffic on 146, thank you for waiting, thank you for waiting to be landing. Thank you,
Man, is this storm in Japan? Is that like a hurricane or something? Let's see. It's a nasty storm. It goes hundreds of miles, this thing. It's like a squall line. That thing is nasty. Would not want to fly into that. Not for another long time, but give you an idea what it looks like coming in from the coastline here from Paint, then to Super. We're going to cross Super at 280 knots at or above flight level 210. Cross Passive at or below 14,260 knots. Pirate at 10,000. Brittany and then Hard at 230 knots and 8,000 feet. Expect basically a vector on approach course from there. And you do have to fly a track of 060 after crossing Arc. It's probably going to get vectors to Sydney for the RNAV or for the ILS 28 right or 28 left. I'm planning 28 right, so Sydney. I'm doing Sydney, which is an initial approach fix right here. Yeah, the way that I would brief this is San Francisco, California, ILS, 28 right, page 11-3, effective May 19th. Localizer code IGWQ, frequency 111.7, flying on approach course 284. Expect to cross Axel at 1,800. An ILS DA of 213, touchdown zone elevation 13 feet, minimum safe altitude 5,000 feet. No significant remarks, but make sure we're on the actual approach and we're not veering off the localizer. Cross Sydney at above 4, C-pin at above 3, maximal at above 1,800. Again, 3-degree path down to that DA of 213. Expecting to see a pathy on the left side of the runway. Also, 2 approach lighting system. In the event of a go around, we'll fly the published mist or as directed by the tower published mist, climb to 3,000 feet. We're going to fly the San Francisco 281-degree radial to MUKEP. And that hold there is 281 right turns. And then I'd probably brief our exit plan as well. How much runway do we have? Which in this case we have, let's see. Alright. We've got 28 right and glide slope. So 10,505 feet available, landing distance available. We'll plan to turn left off the runway, plan to hold short 28 left, and expect further clearance from there basically. Cathay goes to. I think they go to. When I flew Cathay into San Francisco last time, I flew Cathay there. We parked. Let's see. We parked over here somewhere. I think we parked like I think Alpha 8 or something, or somewhere around here basically. I remember I had such a quick connection. I was flying in from Hong Kong. And I had like a 20-minute connection. I was kind of a dumb kid at the time, but I was really shooting to make this 20-minute connection. I touched down in San Francisco, and we taxied into the gate, and I ran off. Ran through here, ran through customs. Luckily I had global entry, so U.S. Customs and Border Protection, they got me through real quick, and basically just ran to the little train. And I guess I probably could have ran, but I ended up going over here to Bravo, the B gates, and had to. It wasn't these gates though; it was the old terminal, which was the rotunda over here. But I basically ran through. I made it on time, not on time, but I made it before the door closed and got cleared because I was non-revving, and so I got to the counter. and I saw the door still up. I'm like, holy crap. I said, is there any seats still available on that plane? And they're like, no, I'm so sorry. I'm like, damn. And they're like, but the jump seat's available. I'm like, cool. Put me on the jump seat. You know, and I was working ramp at the time for Southwest, so we had the privileges of jump seating in the flight attendant jump seat if we needed to, which was a nice perk from Southwest. Of course, it made things a little cramped, right? Like, especially when flight attendants needed to do their services. But it was a way for me to get back to San Diego from San Francisco, so I was willing to take the L for the hour that we had to fly down the coast. But that was a fun experience that I would probably not want to repeat again. That was like when I used to work, when I was working ramp at Southwest, I was working down in San Diego right here. So this is the terminal that Southwest uses. This is Terminal 1 right here. And Southwest uses all the gates basically, and pretty much all of these gates Southwest uses. But there would be times that I would get off work and I would take the train, Amtrak train from Old Town San Diego, and take the train all the way up to LA, downtown LA, which was over here. And then I would get on a bus, a flyaway bus, that would go directly to LAX, the terminals, and the bus would drop us off down underneath, down here. Or I think it was underneath, I don't remember where it was, but it would go around this area, and I would get dropped off at the Bradley terminal here. And I would take that red eye, that Cathay Pacific red eye that I tried to stream last night. I would take that red eye to Hong Kong, to LA, from LAX. They had two of them pretty much every night at LAX. They had a Cathay 883 and an 881. And they were like departing within like 45 minutes of each other. It was kind of crazy. I guess the demand was so much that they had two flights that left roughly around the same time. But yeah, it was a nice red eye. It would get us into Hong Kong around 5:36 in the morning. And then I would either stay in Hong Kong or I'd take the next flight going to Manila, Philippines, right here. And then Cathay, they taxi into, what gates do they go to? Over here, they go to Terminal 3 in Manila. But yeah, usually one of these gates over here. Over here they call them bays. Bay 113, Bay 114. Versus in the US, we say gates. So like gate 153 or 154. We never say bay, we never say stand. That's more of a Asia, European thing. Of course, whenever I do in the sim, whenever I'm flying in these other places, I'll adapt the terminology. And I will use those terms, you know, like stand or bay. Just that way I'm integrating correctly within the local terminology, ATC terminology. Kind of curious on our taxi plan. Not for a while, but let's see. We'll probably plan on, let's see, land to a right, we'll turn left on probably Tango, I guess, because we're going to be pretty light. Yeah, we'll probably turn left on Tango. There's a hot spot here. Probably people that are screwing up by crossing 28 left without clearance, or they're just not clearing the runway enough. Make sure the tail is fully clear of 28 right. And there's enough room there for a wide body, I think, in between here. Then taxi Tango, and then probably a left turn on Alpha, all the way around, and then Mike, probably Mike 1, maybe Mike 1 probably. or Bravo to Mike 2, and then into the gates from here. And then this hotspot. This is a complex area with all these turns going on here, so that's probably what that's referred to. And if you wanted to know exactly what these are, this is HS1, hotspot 1. These are just areas that people have screwed up in the past. And so much so to the point where the airport felt the need to put these on the charts because they need people to stop screwing up at these specific points on the airport. So I think it's an airport info maybe. Yeah, here it is. Hotspots. Hotspot 1, complex intersections in close proximity of runways. Pilots taxiing east on Bravo sometimes turn on the Foxtrot instead of continue on Bravo. Keep that in mind, right? So if we're going eastbound on Bravo, and they're supposed to turn on the Foxtrot, they'll continue on Bravo. So right here, Foxtrot. If we're going east on Foxtrot, they'll accidentally turn onto this taxi right here in Bravo. Because it looks weird, right? So that's why these hotspots exist, so that way you're aware. Don't screw up, you know. And if you get lost or if you have questions, just stop and ask ATC. Hey, just to confirm, we're going here, right? Hotspot 3, yeah. So that's what these are. Good stuff to know. But yeah, I mean, that's enough talking for a while for me. Enjoy the stream. I'm gonna keep it on. I'm not gonna be here the whole time. I'm just streaming it basically across the entire Pacific. The whole thing I'm gonna stream all the way till touchdown and all the way taxi to the gate. But I ain't gonna be sitting here the whole time. So enjoy the stream. I'll just be checking it periodically as needed. So shit. checking the field before we coast out here. We're crossing POROT intersection right now. We need to have at least 71.5 on the gas. Currently we have 74, so well above what we need to. Right at about 3.5 hours. Right there. We're at about 3 hours and 30 minutes, 3 hours and 31, so we're about 1 or 2 minutes behind what the release says, but we have like 3,000 kilos more than what was planned at this intersection, so staying ahead on the gas looks really good to me. Next would be AVBET in 105 nautical miles. Sunset will come up pretty quickly because we're going eastbound. As we are flying the red eye across the Pacific. Say goodbye to Japan. Next time we see land will not be until we are basically on left downwind, or left base for runway 28 right, into San Francisco, California.